Morning, guys. I just muted while I'm setting up charts. Watching for a potential 3-bar here on the 5-minute on ES. I need to get over our ORL here to our ORM and then make this 302.75 supportive. But looks promising on the 5 here with this 3-bar at the lows. You can make ORH supportive. Good chance for upside. Just need to see if cover that. So just watch your value highs, see if we can find acceptance at the high of our balance. At resistance right now on ES. NQ leading up with Google pushing on the day. Communication sector the strongest. Here, playing off of PVZ 42s on NQ. Gotta watch as we come up into the 65 area. Watch as ES also approaches that 302.75, 302.50 area. Just at our seller POC from this morning on ES. So need to see a bit more excitement. And the Russell holding this low would be ideal for that continuation, or we might need to kind of flag it out up here and gain some acceptance before anything else. We're watching this Russell low with the weakness and seeing if we can get any more. This is ES into our value high. See if we can do a very similar pattern to NQ where we build above that push. Watching again that 65.50 on NQ. NQ rejecting off that 65.50, pushing back down to our value high here, 42s. See if it can hold it. ES still just rejecting off that 302.75 value high. Watching to see if ORLs will hold as NQ approaches that 42, and watching to see if the Russell is able to hold a double bottom or if it is going to go for that new low. See how buyers interact with our edges and see if there's still a supportive bid. We'd want to see ES be able to find support here at this 99.25, 300 area, our ORL and our POC. We are able to either hold these nodes or we'll accept back down to the low end of the range. You want to see a buyer really step in at 30s and then be able to lift us back over 42s, or again, there's a pretty strong chance that we'll go back down to the range. So we want to see a decent sized take here on NQ at this 30 to ORL 50. So aggressive buy here and the ability to push back over 40.7 on NQ. If that can happen, then we can get continuation. If that fails, then we'll probably look for 515 NQ. So just keeping an eye on our ORM here, seeing if we can get back over, or if we offer again at our 42 edge. Either this happens, gain acceptance, pop, or it will be our resistance, and we'll push down probably how we interact in this LVN below. So let's see if we can get acceptance here. This is ES also back into resistance here at ORL. Russell as well, testing value low. So this is a big point of we see if we have acceptance or not. Google holding our value high edge. out one here into our LVN that I just marked. Need to see acceptance over 50s for continuation. Volatility on NQ off the LVN, waiting to see if the Russell can find acceptance back over this 11.8, or if this will be our resistance. Look for the push down below our value. Pushing into our lower target on NQ, seeing how we interact with this LVN here. Big test here as we pop off on the LVN. See buyers, need to see if we can get acceptance back in, or this ORL to ORM will be where we look for that offer to step back in for continuation down. So if you are playing off this LVN, good first risk off, of course, into our 32s, waiting to see if we get acceptance back into the range or not off that liquidity grab. Gonna delete this pathing now that both sides have played. Really nice bounce on Google, retesting back up at our high of range. because it's going up while the rest of the market is not. Up 2.4%. It is trending while the rest of the market is not trending. Right? It's going the exact opposite direction. So either Google will remain a divergent stock, giving you the ability to play long side while the market is choppy slash slightly bearish, or Google will stop trending and go with the market, and then the overall market will potentially probably push down a bit more violently.
Greed index 73 out of 100 equaling greed.
Our names that are trending up no longer trending up.
5 out of 100 also equaling greed. And taking a look at the VIX, currently down at 0.39% at 12.86.
NQ at our 30-second opening range high here again at 540, as well as our PVZ value high. Russell trying to bid back in. Need to see if we can see acceptance. Remember, when Russell plus NQ have confluence trending same direction, we get movement. When they're diverging, we get less movement, lower grind directionally. This is where we test to see if ES has a seller willing to defend our POC to opening range low. We're watching this edge here on our volume profile. Do sellers step in to push this thing down? Can we find acceptance back on this edge for a push back up? Russell still rejecting. Buyers need to show incredible strength here on this low, or there's potential for a 3-bar to the downside on ES on the 5. Watch our retest of our value low. For that continuation down, the offer sticks. The way that the Russell's moving, it looks to me like we want to go down to that previous day value area high, fill this gap. But we'll see what happens. But that'll definitely be a target if we continue this grind down and see if we get some relief. We push into this. Buyers step in. But it either looks like that, where we come back into our previous balance, or we recover today's balance. Either one is accepted, but that at least gives us a target. Break of balance on the day, we usually expect a rotation back to a previous balance. That's how it works. NQ still trading within balance, right? Value high, value low. C is our mid. Very clear distribution. NQ re-offering value low now. Or sorry, ES offering value low now. Seeing if it's resistance or not. Again, 5-minute 3-bar potential if that offer holds. Right here is our resistance. So just waiting to see if that'll do that. If this does, potential to come down to our overnight low. If sellers maintain us outside of balance. Russell pushing into that previous day value high here at 104.8. This is my first area where I'll look for an interaction to see if buyers are willing to defend previous balance or if we're going to push down to our previous day POC. Right? If this is unable to show a bid, we'll look for that offer and pop back down to that POC at 100s. But these are the areas where I'll start to look for the market to get its shit together and get a bid. Yes, great rejection off of our value low. So if you're playing off of that, move stops down. Watching our value low retest here on NQ. Get back in 19 to 24. Watch our reoffer on ES. See if the Russell can maintain here. And Q back to POC. This is resistance until proven otherwise. See acceptance back above these levels where we rejected for that push down. See if the Russell can maintain momentum here. This is ES value low retest and NQ POC retest. This Russell retest on acceptance back above previous day value high is going to be pretty important, seeing if buy side can now develop here at this edge for that pop. Same thing with NQ back into value at this 19. Those will be our big tests as they both retest this acceptance back in. Either buyers like hold, right? We see a sustained bid, or it is not ready. Man, it'd be so good if they could offset this profile in front of price.
China Premier Li Kang will strictly prevent risk of newly added debts.
Good first target for shorts now that we're at our ETH low off the rejection of value low. This is first target on NQPS. Watching the Russell as it comes down into that previous day POC off the rejection of our value high. Overnight low on ES doesn't hold at this 292.25. Look for 290s. 290s should act as a wall. Boy. Big retest here on Google. Retesting value high off our PVZ. Recovery of POC. We're just trying to see if we can get back into today's balance or continue this channel down, playing off of our value areas. Until Russell finds that low, it's going to be very hard for see a mixed bag on tech as well. So. What it is, I am very interested in this 289.50 to 90, kind of like the quote-unquote gap fill here on ES. But if that doesn't hold, don't have a ton because we're going to be retesting our FOMC price action, and there isn't a ton of structure to go off of that.
At 11 a.m. Eastern Time, we get the Canadian budget balance prior minus 4.47 billion.
Kowalski,
At 11 a.m. Eastern
Good
Time,
job,
we
man.
get Canadian budget balance prior minus 4.47 billion.
Risking off one more here as we push into 290. Russell still incredibly sideways. So we're relying on weakness in tech if the Russell is going to balance for continuation down. If the Russell is able to hold here and recover previous day POC at 100s, and NQ is able to recover 19s, right, that would probably result in a pushback up to balance. So we're looking for extended weakness for continuation across NQ and RTY, or there is potential for a buyer to kind of absorb down here and push us back up, or just chop sideways for the next 30 minutes before someone decides, right? Like, we don't have to move, but I think tech will give us an idea. No longer confined supportive bid, right? And we don't really have too much in the market to keep us where we are. So this Google pivot's probably going to be pretty important. Testing our previous, this 151. Right? So either this flag up here plays, and we're able to build for a retest back up to our 140. Get some sort of structure that looks something like this, right? And then we pop up to here, or this will be our resistance, right? We're not seeing acceptance over value yet, and so we get that move down. So until we see that 151.14 as supportive, just expect the sell side to be present there, which is what's happening. Same thing, of course, with our edge here at this 25. Expect sellers to try to defend that. Here 290 on ES.
One minute remaining. Ten seconds. -2.1 billion, -2.1 billion.
Two period zones just opened. Big test here on NQ, ORL. Google really helping us with that flag holding, and then our value high holding, pushing up in next target. Watch our 95.50 edge. This area here is where you first look for a seller on ES. Up to our resistance here off our new PVZ zone. Hold of our 511s, bid, push to POC. If we get any continuation, or if that is that. Glad our 290 pivot held. Do need to see a pushback into balance though. Russell attempting to do that 100 hold. Love to see this get a bit more support for that retest back up to 4.8 that we have marked out. Just keeping an eye on Google into value high here, and of course NQ looking to see if it can now hold PLC as supportive. Wish they would let me turn off drawings on a specific frame and not the entire layout. Kind of annoying. Really annoying. Like, I'd like to keep the ES ones on, but the NQ off, right? If this seller is still here, your mean reversion target for that seller is at 97.50 to initialize again. On ES, this is a really important edge attempt that we're trying to recover here. Of course, NQ leading with our Google and our Russell holding. So just paying attention to see if we get more or not. There's potential for this 3-bar and the 5 to play on ES. But we do need to recover previous value low from period 1 at 97.50. Yeah, same edge as before. Seller's still there, right? See if there's more. 42s hold a continuation, but there is that LVN there, so it's not a bad area to look for, especially with ES at resistance. Just gotta choose a direction here. Acceptance back in, of course, is going to give us more, but no. Well, I don't know about all that, but let's see. The way that I'm playing this Roy right now is because I had this pivot at 89.50 to 90 where I was taking my shorts off. I fully closed out on ES and then attempted longs, and now I'm doing the exact opposite where we're at our edge on ES, so I'm attempting small short hedge for my long on NQ flows, just fully reverse. Because we're at a vital point. Like, I don't know which way we're going to go. We're looking for continuation. I want to stay in my long from lower, but I understand that we're at an edge here, and either we get acceptance back in 97.50 to 95.50 on ES, or it'll act as our resistance. And until I figure out which way, I either take a paper cut on a short hedge while maintaining my long runner, or vice versa. I cut and then I'm in at the top edge. Big test here on Google. Previous value high. Here's your test on. Yeah, that's a good idea, Mark. That's just so much effort. But yeah, if I grouped things, it wouldn't be bad. Not a bad idea. I would have to have done it from the start though, because now we have this shit. See if this is what it is. Yeah. What's up, Julian? Oh boy. So here's our test on the Russell off of that kind of fading to push higher. Buyers step in here again at this 98.40 to 97.20. Or we push back down. Big test here on ES as well into our ETH low. Current range, right, between our 95.50 and our ETH low at 92.25. Looking for Google to be able to maintain this 51.14. Looking for POC to continue to hold on NQ, or will revert back down the distribution. So watch our reoffer. Right, you have two options here, really. You see a bid step in and pop us back up over 42s for continuation, or we see this now stick as our offer point and look down, with this being our verification level for a pop back down. Morning, Ty. Has Avery been live on VC2? He has his own Discord now. He's still a part of T. Is a owner, but he's been doing his own thing. Streams is like higher time frame stuff, I believe. If you look him up on Twitter, you can find it. So he got his own stream. It just depends on like what you want to do, right? If you want to day trade, you're more likely to be at C1. If you want to swing trade, you're more likely. It just made sense. Yeah, not to, yeah, up 10%, huge. How do you get your dopamine? No? NVIDIA trying to go? Yeah, semis don't look terrible. You want me to put NVIDIA up instead of Google? Set value high, hold. Yes, okay. Is this, wait, alerts are down. Trading view, hello? Need to see the Russell be able to break out here, or just right back up to the top of our oscillation. Right, we will continue to find local highs and lows. If we continue to trade within this area, we need to see acceptance back above or retest of our today's balance. We'll have to see if the Russell is now maintaining a box, right? The trading within a rectangle. And at these highs, can we then play off of NQ and ES if it is doing that? One of my favorite setups, if we do find sort of a consolidation area in RTY, we can watch my cursor. We see how ES coming up and RTY coming up into this high, equals top. You see, yeah, same thing for NQ. So if the Russell maintains the rotations, right, this is a local top. If the Russell can break out, then we have the ability to push. there's a better chance of me full porting Dogecoin. Yeah, it's up. The video's now up there instead of Google. You guys ready to trade Dogecoin futures, by the way? Excited. What an opportunity. Doge rose like 20%. The potential for a futures vehicle. It's so stupid. I mean, I'll take it, but crypto is just so funny. We should get a direction here in a second. Either Russell's able to maintain this high, right, and NQ is able to maintain value high and this node, or we will push back down with the Russell showing that it wants to maintain balance, and then yeah, I mean 42s basically, right, on NQ, and our edge here on the Russell. Still rejecting off of previous value low on ES, attempting at this 95.50 now to find a bid, but failure to do that will result in a move back down to 92, probably. Big tests across the board. Yeah, Maldito, you're at a resistance here. Let's go to like 5 or something. It's a big test where we are right now. Actually, let me go to the 1 so it's the most accurate, and then I'll read its levels. I just did this pretty half-assed. It's just like general zones, but if you are actually trading it, let me... Here you go, man. So you're trying to find acceptance here back into this range. If NVIDIA is able to build, right, where we are right now, we're looking for a push back up to 49.95. Not a ton in between here. So if we see acceptance back into this value low, we can look for that push back up to your POC resistance up here. Further pullback would look like a loss of this value low at 35.33 for a retest back down this edge that we have built out on the day on our tail. Yep. It's strange that alerts are broken on NVIDIA only. What's up with that? Yeah, I've got footprint and tape open on my other monitor. That's what you mean? On all your charts, Singe. Interesting. Am I trying to lift the offer? I'm long one from 508.75 on NQ. I'm just in a runner, looking for acceptance on the Russell, and then I'll potentially add. But I'd either want to push back down to 42s in a strong bid, or I'm gonna wait for us to lift over this resistance that we're currently at on NQ. But if we can play the gap, that'd be sick. Over 65s. It's just a bit wishy-washy with for continuation right now without a pullback if buyers on ES and the Russell are unable to lift at this edge. It just makes the trade feel a bit more noisy. Because like we can expect to see a seller, like a selling algo basically at VWAP up at 299 on ES. So like if we can't get over this edge that let me change this with, there we go, at this LVN here to our POC. Like this is kind of just where I'm expecting sell side to try to start to position again. So our test into 95s are going to be pretty key. Yeah, exactly, Cass. Where we found sellers last time. And without the Russell moving, it's the exact same thing I was talking about with you guys yesterday. It's like, what the hell's going to move the market up if we don't have all indices pushing? So we're going to have to come back down to where buyers were previously, and then see if we can get all of them to move together and grab someone offside and get initiative positions again. If you have to like remember like what caused this last push, well, we had yes into our lows with the Russell also showing a low, which led to upside back up to our seller, right? Same thing for NQ. We had overall market conditions that were bullish. Now we have mixed market conditions, and then we then had mixed market conditions with the Russell failing to break out of our balance, and then we had the market again in sync, all pushing down, which leads to a much stronger, more volatile move. So we just wait for confluence on all three around it and take trades so that we don't have to stay in chop. Expecting huge moves when we have mixed market, setting yourself up for failure. $31 again? I mean, 42 is value high, so I don't think 31's. I mean, we'll see. I mean, either buyers hold here at this edge, this POC, right, or they don't. But yeah, I don't know. Just wait for the Russell to find a low, man. Love that I can change that. That's sick. Keeps that in view so that we have an understanding. So like this is our 30-second opening range, our value, our POC, etc., etc. So we're looking for basically buy side to have acceptance here, and if it fails, right, then we'll have a continuation down. And then I wouldn't really target anything until Russell comes back down into the low balance. The big test here. And Q either is able to hold our 30-second opening range high here at 40s, or we'll probably rotate back down. Yeah, like your 31, I think, if 40s don't hold. Watch our retest at 95.50 here. See if the offer now sticks. Same with NVIDIA, also at our previous day value low. You'd like it to hold. That should give market lift if it can.
So the US House passes the $1.2 trillion government funding package and sends to Senate.
I've been so sleepy, man. I don't know what's going on. Like, actually getting decent sleep, too. I guess not decent if I'm tired. I don't know. I'm, like, actually sleeping. Yeah, the crypto days were a bit much. I'm like slowly getting back into crypto. Started building positions. For meme seasoning with the happening BTC. But nothing serious that I have to like manage. Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm trading alt, but like not really trading. It's like building, positioning. Do I exercise? Yeah. Uh-huh. I am sleepy. Rory's on 5-minute lag. It's the combo. Yeah, it's hard to manage two conversations in Discord and YouTube. For those that aren't in YouTube, they're like, what the hell's going on? Same thing, or vice versa. Couple reps a day. With these meme coins though, like it's either you accept your average and expect it to go 300%, or you expect it to go to zero, right? Like, so you position for that. Like, you don't put your life savings into a coin that has literal no meaning. With these memes. So I'll just check like end of day and see how things are looking. But if I try to micromanage those positions, all of a sudden, like, it's just not worth. Either they go to the moon or they go to the bottom of hell. When like coins swing 20 to like 50% on a day, like just don't even attempt. That's like, see, like it's the same thing with Bonk. Like Bonk is just like one social media post and one influencer away from mooning again. It's one of those things where it's just like, the problem is with crypto, if you don't stay on top of it, like they move so fast from one meme coin to another. You have to like, you either again position for a long-term gain, or you are doing this crazy cycle rotation where you're just following where the rest of social media is going. And right now they're on the Sol network. Soon they'll probably switch over to the Phantom, to FDM and all of those dexes. But like it really depends. And like if you aren't willing to put in the effort to follow where the social, like these influencers are pumping next and what network they're going to be pushing, like it's just impossible. So you either put $300 or $100 in each one of these little meme coins and pray, and then build a position, right? Dollar cost averaging in while you are up, adding at key levels, or you just wait. It just doesn't seem worth any other way. Yeah, I mean, expect not too much to happen if we can't see anything meaningful in the Russell. You're like relying on Nvidia here to carry us, which it did bounce previous day value low. Dude, can these people stop? Oh my god. You want this previous day value low to hold, right, at this 35.33, and we can maybe get some continuation, but like a mixed market with semis leading isn't going to like result in too much. We're just going to continue to trade at the upper edge of this distribution until we see the Russell get with the program. Right, we're trying to build here. We have a range here. We're trying to show supportive bids at the highs, but like if at any point this fails, like it's going to just rotate the lows again. You're either willing to trade the balance with us trying to accept overvalue high right now, this to our POC, or POC to value low. See what the Russell does here into this edge, but we need both. We need everything to be working together. Oh, sorry. Yeah, you'll get your fill. I don't know who put me on this AI spam call list, but I hate them. Every day this time, man. You answer the phone and there's nothing. They just fill your voicemail. If you actually answer, they don't say anything. they just want you to go to voicemail and then they leave like a 40-second robot message. Kill me. AI call centers. Actual doomsday. That's what I've got. So it still shows me the call, but it tells me that if it is or not. But the problem is, Julian, it's like they still leave these 40-second messages and just fill my voicemail. So like every 3 days, I have to like empty my voicemail again. Killing me. Just first world problems, you know. No big deal. A new number? I don't know, man. Number's got sentimental value. I still have my Georgia number from when I was in college. Yes, that's a problem because I stream for a living. So if someone wanted an AI voice bot of me, they have all the data they need. How's the new indicator? People seem to be loving it. I think it's great, but that's because it's literally my trading system. So, of course, I think it's good. I think it's probably between that stacked and this, I think those are like, you've got everything you need. Like, I actually think that it's to a point where I'm like pretty proud of these two together. Get out of your time. I'm about to ban you. I also just don't think there's like a better deal in the market for indicators. We sell so cheap compared to other people. You want the 4-pane manly? Is that what you're asking for? Yeah, sure, man. I don't understand how Lux can call themselves an algo. Doesn't make any sense. Like, I don't understand how that's allowed. Like, they're not an algorithm, and they don't buy and sell for you. It's not automatic trading. Like, it's not. It has nothing to do with an algorithm. Yeah, man. It's just such. It's like misleading marketing. Here's our 65s on NQ. Great first risk off if you're buying off of 42s. We look for acceptance over 65s. I'm losing my voice. See if the Russell can push over 100s here. Same thing with our pivot. We have to be careful. Again, like there's a decent potential that sell side tries to defend this 299 300, our 30-second opening range low, and our VWAP here on ES. But if we can see acceptance back above, looks pretty solid for upside rotations on the day. Just really need to watch our edge. But again, great first risk off. As we wait to see if the Russell will gain some momentum here. And by risk off, that means either if you have multiple positions closing out one, or just moving your stop up, understanding that this is a level where we saw our seller step in previously, right? This is our top. So if we can gain acceptance here at 65s, then we have the ability to go for this RTH gap, but we do understand that this is where our seller was positioned last time. So how did I play that? Well, I took off my risk from 6.0, I took my risk off from, what was my average? I took off my risk from 508.75, and now I'm just in my key position here from our 42 area. So it's like either this holds and we are able to build, or nothing changes. But like not taking off risk at the high doesn't make any sense until we see acceptance over the high. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
At 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed Spa, who participates in a virtual event on the international economic and monetary design. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
All right, sorry about that. For my See the emoji? How do you play this on a daily? What are you looking for? See stuff like that. Is it just like looking for like a large directional move afterwards? On a break of like the high or the low, or? The upper wick? Oh, okay, yeah, so that is how you play it.
At 12:15 p.m. Eastern Time, we expect comments from Fed Spar, who participates in a virtual event on international economic and monetary design. No text is expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Look at the video go. Huge. The Dolphins. Do you have Tick Strike on plus map? A lot of noise, man. God. Jesus. Oh, you have sounds off. I mean, I guess that makes sense if you have something better with Tick Strike. We are testing value high here at 56s on NQ. If you bought off of the dip into 42s, like this is a great little scalp risk off while we wait for direction. Again, we need acceptance over 65s. Right now, we're currently just trading within this this edge, right? We have a secondary distribution that is trying to set up here, with this being our edge, and of course this. So we're just seeing if this can build out, right? Upside is going to look like the ability to build out on this tail. Downside is going to look like a failure to hold this upper node from 3642 on a reoffer. As for right now, though, like we're just in our upper balance, trying to build this out. So I would say you're really just looking to see if this LVN right here can hold, right? We have a secondary auction that is trying to form. We can play off of this LVN to know which way we're going to go, right? So either we still maintain this LVN and we find buy side acceptance here. We look below. We then watch to see what happens in the reoffer. A reoffer here and push down would result in us rotating back into this previous distribution. Our rotation and acceptance back in would result in continuation up. So again, there's so many macros in my mouth. I need to turn these off. But we're really just waiting to see what happens as we approach these levels. Do we maintain current balance, or can we find acceptance outside and expand? Russell's still sideways, right? So it's going to be hard for that movement. Again, you're really dependent on semis right now to carry us. Yeah, there's a full class on the indicator.
Shortly expecting comments from FedSpar.
All right, Bar, what you got to say? Surely it'll be bullish, right? And not the same thing, just noise? More noise? So watch our edge here on ES as RTY comes down into our POC at 98.40, as well as this 36 to 32 area on NQ. This is where if buyers were serious about buying the dip, I'd like to see them interact. Yeah, that's really it. Just if the Russell can find a low for these rotations that we've been talking about, we want to see it happen there. And just recovery of our key areas. Yep. This is ES value low, NQ POC, and our overnight low. This is NVIDIA retesting value high, seeing if we can hold our previous seller edge, see if a buyer steps in. So just big tests around, all around. There's your mean reversion magnet target at 32s. This is also your 30-second opening range mid. So you want to see a recovery of that 40-42 here, or expect a push down to, I don't know, 4s on NQ if we fail to hold at 32s. So just, again, huge tests. Our retest of our 42s. If playing off 32s, that's 10 points. Look for acceptance above. Or this will remain our resistance and our reoffer point. Still no movement on the Russell, showing that it wants to bid, right? We need to see a buyer step in. But NVIDIA, really nice hold of our value high. Test. Amount 1 here. I'll look for continuation on acceptance over 42s. Beautiful edge play. This is our rebid reversal line on NQ into our 48s and on ES into our 94s. So we're looking for acceptance above levels, ability to bid. Russell's still not showing a low. See some acceleration from buy sides, some initiative buyers to step in, or we're wholly dependent, basically, tech to carry us here, right? It's a great secondary risk off into our 56s on NQ. It's our value high. Again, we need to see acceptance over 56 for continuation, or we have just traded our upper balance POC to value high, right? That will maintain until we see acceptance outside. Nice job. Our Russell bid right where we wanted, bottom of our rotation, our range. Need to see it push over 100s for it to really have any merit, but it is nice to see that we're not fully just dependent on tech. Again, we want to see acceptance over 56s. I expect a flag to build out between 65 and 56 if we are going to get continuation higher. Anyone trading on an express fund? And I'm sure there's a few. Are you having issues with yours, Kevin? Yo, Myth. That emoji, man. Hmm. Don't take it off. Back up to our 56s here on NQ. Russell pushing into our 2100. Watch to see if we can break. Again, this is the top of our balance until proven otherwise. We need expansion above, ability to bid. Offer sticks, right? Great first risk off. Just like before. I'd like to see the Russell over 100s for confirmation. That would be your signal. understand where we are on ES, right? We are at our value low from our previous period, well as our POC as resistance at that 95.50. Trading between our current value low and ETH low, and right, this is a very clearly defined range that we're trading in, the lower end of our distribution. Okay. See acceptance above side. Yeah, they're at these levels right here for the latest period. They actually just show on chart. So if there's like a number right at a price level, they'll show. So for ES, POC period value is 36, value high is 42, and yeah, that's what we're working with on as of right now. For ES, your value is at 95.50, 99.50, and okay, let me turn off drawing. We're currently finding resistance at our current sessions, or sorry, our current period's value low and our previous period value low, right? So that's created a zone basically where we need to show the ability to break and hold above, or we continue to find this as an area where our offer will step in to put the price down, right? For the Russell, this 97.20 to 98.40 is our low, where we've seen buy side value, and above is 15.20. What's the indicator? It's called PVZ, or period value zones. I actually scroll by it every single time. If you there's a pretty in-depth description of how it works.
Bank of England says they will sell short-dated gilts across 4 auctions of £800 million in the second quarter, and sell medium-dated gilts across 4 auctions of £750 million in the second quarter.
The first 30 minutes? Yeah. For which? ES and Q?
And the Bank of England say they will
RTY?
sell long-dated gilts across 3 auctions of £600 million in the second quarter.
Yes. Yeah, man. That's our first zone. Rejection of our value high off of a print. Immediate push down to our value low. POC then showing as resistance. Offer then stepping in at our value low. push it down. So it actually doesn't print for the first 30 minutes. Or sorry, I guess literally the first, we open at 9:30, we don't get a print until 10. So it sets up our initial balance, as you could consider it, of how buy side is, our participants are participating in the first 30 minutes of the market. It then creates a value zone based off of how these people are interacting, and then creates this as our resistance point, that push into it, and then we can see how it plays off of those levels from our first 30 minutes. Yeah. We can see that like value hasn't shifted at the highs at all, but it has shifted at the lows. So you have sellers in control is what that's showing. And it's showing us our previous value, and then that creates a zone of control for sell side to defend. And there isn't really a ton of upside for ES until we can see acceptance back over our 2-period values. This is with just the stack signals, yes, and this is with them with the Russell signals on as well. Or Russell signals, letting you know where the tops are. So Russell is a great indicator that stacked allows you to have external signals on. So if we know that the Russell's topping, it prints a Russell signal, and then we see that ES also tanks with that. The Russell and ES print a signal at the lows, showing you a pushback up to value. Same thing, Russell into the highs, stacked signal prints, Russell into the lows, stacked signal prints, ES pushes, falls, etc., etc. So it prints at the second reversal. What? What do you mean by that? The stack signals have nothing to do with the P stuff. These are just price action based signals. But they usually have some pretty solid confluence with PVZ, because buyers will interact, sellers will interact at these levels, and will create the price action that supports it. Right? So it looks like a lot of the times that they make sense, like they'll print together into our areas that we care about, because our areas actually aren't bullshit. You know, like they actually have meaning, and so like we get price action that usually supports our levels.
Hello, everybody.
Yo.
What's up, Cass?
Did I answer everything for you free? I don't know. You'll have to let me know. Russell into our value low here. Very important test into this 97.20. Either this holds, or we'll look for an offer on a pierce below, and then for this to become resistance. Oh, okay. Yeah, so for PVZ, the times are actually listed. So these are in Eastern. So your first period will print at 10 Eastern. Your second will print at 11, and your third will print at Man, I am so sick of this with it going from like 70 degrees to 30 at night every day.
No, it's ridiculous. I literally wore shorts like a week ago.
Yeah.
And I have to go shovel this afternoon.
Yeah,
Like, I don't know what's going on.
I had windows open for the last 2 days, and then at night it's 25 degrees, and I have my space heater. Like, okay, sick.
I don't know how much we got cast. Maybe like 4 inches actually, 3 inches. I like snowed a lot.
Yeah. You have my 4pane, right, Fies? So you should be able to see my settings, the one that I DM'd you. So when you open my layout, just copy it instead of just looking at it in the state that's uneditable, and it should have like my settings on with all my indicators. And then all you need to do from there is then in the settings tab for each one, if you want to make them your default, is just save as default. Then it should apply. Let me know if that works. I might be lying to you, right? I'm pretty sure that's how that works. You have the layout in web browsers that are open written. I think
If you have the app open and
Yeah.
you copy the link, it should open in the app for you.
yeah.
It works for me, I believe. That's how I do it. Cause I have view only, but in the web, but I think it sometimes gets funky.
The patty opening range is 15 minutes on the patty end. I haven't really been talking about anything because nothing's changed. Like, we held our rotation on the Russell, like I've been talking about. Still holding our low on ES, where we bought last time at that 89.50 to 90. Our mean reversion magnet at 1,032 still is our buy side. Risk off into 56s, understanding that that's where our seller is. Until we see acceptance over 56, there's nothing else. We look for a supportive retest at 42 if reach over 46. Same levels, nothing's changed. Either you're willing to trade the rotation in the current range, or you're waiting for expansion on a break in side of the range.
Fed's bar says I'm not seeing liquidity pressures in the banking sector.
You want me to perpetuate that, Buzz? The zones, I mean, it says in the description if you description, but they're fixed ranges, basically, that are plotting 3 times a day on key areas that we've found where we see an increase in volatility, and it allows you to basically split your volume profile into 3 sessions or 3 periods, allowing you to see value shifts and giving you areas to play around current participants, while also being able to see where previous participants on the day were positioning. That's the indicator. And then we've added reversion zones that are basically just deviations away from our value low and value high, and then price action based signals inside of those zones allow you to know if you should be looking for balance or trend. And then the anchor VWAP gives understanding how positions are, how people are participating with that period. So it gives you an idea of a volume weighted average of where inside our period positioning is taking place and the trend of that position. I think that was but let me know. And the reason why we split the day up as we do is that the first 30 minutes of the day are some of the most important price action for me, because you see your biggest participants and the largest amount of volume at the beginning of the day and the end of the day, and in the middle of the day usually have chop with lunch and less volume kind of stepping in. So it becomes our largest zone that allows you to kind of play the range. We just look for basically balance with the period most of the time. We haven't broken morning value. And then end of day, we see another volume spike where we see larger time frame stepping in again to either close positions or rebalance portfolios. So splitting the day into 3 periods instead of only having single daily volume profile on just gives you more opportunities to position instead of only having your daily value low, POC, and value high. Being able to see intraday how positioning has changed and how value has kind of dynamically moved, right? Shifted up or down, allows you to have more areas to basically trade around. Yeah, so the secondary area for is based off of from open till 2 o'clock. It's taking the entire morning session from open until 2 and then making fixed range out of it with a lower time resolution. So your numbers are going to be off in comparison if you're just trying to do a fixed range calculation yourself. Our PVZ areas are basically printing previous balance to the right of your chart and extending historical balance forward. So like the first 30 minutes is period 1, and then it's just that balance period extending until the next period. And then the secondary period is open until the close of that period, and then extending all of that volume to the right of your chart. Same thing for the third period. Or sorry, no, the second period is from 11, so 9:30 to 11. And then the third period is from 9 to...
Fed's bar says I expect to have broad and material changes to the capital rule.
We're back to our 65s on NQ. We know a seller is here. Need acceptance above. The way that I talked about this area previously is that we love to see lag basically develop here. Buyers willing to defend this 56 and start to build out this upper edge.
US Baker Hughes data, oil rig count prior 510 and total rig count prior 629. We also expect comments from ECB's Lane, who gives a lecture on inflation in Marseille, France.
If we can see buy-side acceptance at 65s on this look above, there's a pretty solid chance that we then can fill the RTH gap up to 75. So but we need to see buy-side willing to hit this 5.
The big look on Microsoft here over VWAP towards value high as well.
This is ES. This is where we've seen our seller basically start to create this like sell side or like just EXE. We need to see if buyers are willing to push over this. This is just VWAP basically on ES on the 5. See if they'll still just sell this thing down or if we can see acceptance above. That's your target on NQ here, 77.25. See if we can get our push for our next target up at 85s. Russell still pushing. I'd love to see acceptance over 100s. Or a move back up, or a rotation back up to the highs. I mean, that's the whole point, right, Ty? Is that if we can create the tools to basically do 90% of the work, then it's just you understanding how to trade around the rotations, and then it literally is just you clicking buttons, understanding, like yeah. I do not use TradingView execute. I don't execute TradingView. I just trade on Intraday itself. I think you have to pay to get the TradingView in it. I could be wrong, but TradingView DOM is so bad, so it just doesn't make sense to pay for that for me. But like if you are someone who likes positioning on the chart, then it could be beneficial.
It used to be like $10 a month.
Yeah. My execution monitor is in ultra wide, like 39-inch ultra wide. So I have a footprint, I have tape, I have a DOM, and then I have 3 charts, ES, RTY, and NQ, all on my execution monitor. And then my stream monitor is just for trading view charts. And then I have a Discord monitor and a stream monitor that are all the same size as my stream monitor. So like my ultra wide is just what I'm trading off of.
At 1 p.m. Eastern Time, we get the US Baker Hughes data, oil rig count prior 510, and total rig count prior 629. We also expect comments from ECB's Lane, who gives a lecture on inflation in Marseille, France.
That VWAP test on yesterday, we had Microsoft make the look all the way to node edge and value high, Apple top of range, Russell jumped through low volume node, test a node above.
Seller's still persistent here, but it's a lot less violent than the last like 3 attempts. We'll see if we can build. I'd like to see the Russell be able to maintain 100s on retest if we're gonna get continuation. Same thing with like, I don't know, this wedge at like 70 to 65. It's this LVM. Traded. Be right back. I'm gonna grab some water.
I don't see us running 100 points today, Cass, from where we are right now.
Shortly expecting the US Baker Hughes data, I'll lead with the oil rig count, also expecting comments from ECB's lane.
I mean, think about it this way, Cass. We've already NQ's rotation today has already been at 80 points, right? And that's another 100. And the FOMC low to high rotation was like 300. So you're like 2/3 of FOMC off of a Friday. So I don't know what news would be to cause that, but that would not be in my opinion, a normal rotation here to go that much. Maybe into like 600 flat into that edge. Nice, Kaz.
$509, $509, total rig count, 624, 624.
Bid is trying here, yes. I'd like to see some speed, or I feel like these guys are gonna get punished. Microsoft higher high. Apple looking overvalue high. Yes, into value high. NQ, Globex value high. The whole shebang. And then there's Russell. Sitting in DOS range. This view up, ES, tick falling under 0 here. Everything's basically holding though. NQ, would like to see like 78, Globex POC hold on a look down. Microsoft is still just ripping here. I am a little surprised at how aggressive that NQ lift was. The big take on ES through 53. Q ETH high is 607. Nvidia caught a little bit of a rotational bid as well into value high. Microsoft still just chunking.
Shortly expecting the Fed reverse repo operation. 72 counterparties take 478 spots 531 billion at Fed reverse repo operation.
Seeing halfway back test here on Microsoft Nvidia. So we're getting a slight lift top of range Russell, and ESNQ obviously still holding fine. I mean, tiny cast on ES off VWAP. That was a clean NQ test into Globex high. $94.95 and Q is your low volume node, and failure on that edge. So before you have the Globex POC towards 80. Yes, you're still just watching VWAP, and then this yesterday low value high 5300 level, which we know is our kind of node edge as well, higher time frame. halfway backs here. Here's your ESVWAP. If you see ES sellers get under VWAP and are able to hold, we're just looking for POC for your first test. The 95, 96 zone. A hold here should see a rotation back towards daily open. Then we look for a higher high or a lower high off of that test. Bid looks okay on ES. Microsoft looking back towards value high here. Seller pushed through that halfway back. First look, off ESVWAP here, cleaner into the value high. So we have this pocket through daily open.
Getting better day by day, preparing for a future that I wanna see. There's no one else I'd rather share this with. Nobody knows my imperfections quite as perfectly. You guessed it. It is you that I'm thinking of when we're apart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark. It is true. I'd give it all, I'd give my heart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark, when I'm in the dark.
Yes, daily open testing again. Peak into a higher high here on ES. For rotation here, watching ESV WAP, right, and Q90. Watching Microsoft still quite closely here. Yeah, but Cass, Sig just explained what needs to happen for it to not be hopium.
I'm getting better day by day, preparing for a future that I wanna see. There's no one else I'd rather share this with. Nobody knows my imperfections quite as perfectly. You guessed it, it is you that I'm thinking of when we're apart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark. It is true. I'd give it all, I'd give my heart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark, when I'm in the dark.
Full bottom of range test here, 90 NQ, VYPS. Full rotations, essentially here, plus or minus a couple ticks. Fifteen's opened. If we're going to get a continuation move, I would expect it to happen kind of the turn of the hour. Volume is still quite poor here, overall, looking at ES specifically. Still watching for Microsoft, since that was a good lead off of our low once I came over VWAP. See if that continues. Apple has room if it wants to go. All of these names also have good structure and moves to the downside if we do not get the continuation. Reminder once again on our current kind of mini auction breaks, we're looking initially VWAP POC ES and then down to value low. And Q under 90, we can look into 80. A failure there, we're looking more for that kind of like 65, retesting the breakout. Your imbalance fills down through value high. But for that degree of move, we're going to need to see kind of Tesla, Microsoft turnover as well. And at no bid, Apple, Nvidia. Nothing to say on the Russell.
Getting better day by day, preparing for a future that I wanna see. There's no one else I'd rather share this with. Nobody knows my imperfections quite as perfectly. You guessed it, it is you that I'm thinking of when we're apart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark. It is true. I give it all, I give my heart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark, when I'm in the dark.
Little seek here. I would honestly like to see this retested on ES. And if you get a strong bid off of an O2 look, we can look for this imbalance fill through ORH. They're 10 minutes early. Do they now listen to my call? Here's that O2 look. You want like a really fast reaction here. NQ, yesterday's RTH value low sits at 19.5, 20. We get that ES move. Should see that NQ. Not really that tech bid. Microsoft just hanging out in the middle. Tesla weak. Apple nothing yet. Nvidia's top of range. Russell still just oscillating. There's only like 65 contracts on that quarter. It was not the greatest to surf, so don't worry. I mean, like, okay, we can fill up through 05, so it's like we can get hurt about missing 3 points. Yeah. Microsoft here, looked over by a couple pennies, top of range. That is the 20 on NQ. And your bounce fill ES. So first look above targets achieved there. 6 minutes till turn of hour. 1 minute till hourly turn here. Again, any kind of sell pressure, we're watching O2 on ES.
I'm getting better day by day, preparing for a future that I wanna see. There's no one else I'd rather share this with. Nobody knows my imperfections quite as perfectly. You guessed it, it is you that I'm thinking of when we're apart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark. It is true. I'd give it all, I'd give my heart. You're my searchlight when I'm in the dark, when I'm in the dark.
Microsoft, the high of day here, top of yesterday's kind of end of day balance. This Microsoft rotation over the last, like, what is this? 2 hours? been pretty crazy. Big ol' retrace. looking for structural tests here. 07 NQ, 02 ES. It's halfway back ES. This whole 02, 03. 02 is like the full look into our balance node below, with 03 being the like middle of that LVN.
Spot gold falls about 1%.
Yo, what's up, X?
Secondary big look here. Volume still pretty aggressive taper here. Peak under 0 tick.
Our value high retest here, 375 to 302.50. You want to see buyers willing to bid this. If it looks below, then I look for an offer below 290 downside. As long as we're able to maintain here, though, there's potential for more. Big Microsoft test here. Your ES value test. Russell still falling off the high of our rotation. Waiting for lows to show.
Really nice Microsoft bid off that structural test so far. 3 minutes till new half hours. Not quite, Ty.
Half out here. Watching our Russell retest. This is our resistance here. First test on Russell, see if it reoffers or if we can go for that 104.8.
New half hours opened. Higher high Tesla, Microsoft top of range, ES top of range.
NYMEX diesel April futures settle at $2.65 a gallon. NYMEX gasoline April futures settle at $2.73 a gallon. NYMEX WTI crude May futures settle at $80.63 a barrel. That's down 44 cents or 0.54%. And NYMEX natural gas April futures settle at $1.65.
You look for US to hold this edge. Watching the Russell, see if it can bounce here. Your previous value high, also your opening range high off the 30-second. It holds on retest from a pierce above, or will go back down.
And Brent crude futures settle at $85.43 a barrel. That's down 35 cents or 0.41%.
Microsoft once again looking into the highs after a really nice node retrace. The Apple back into the highs too. I'd like to see an Nvidia lift if we're gonna get the second kind of look up on indices.
fears and dreams along the way. You had to make the best of every single day. You have earned the trust of all the people that you love. Learn to roll with the punches when you were pushed around. It all helped build you up from the ground. You have to break through the chains to discover your own place. You have to shape your own way.
Eyes on Russell here. Looking through the low volume node, we have not seen this for like 3 hours. It's been holding this upper node. Last 15's opening here until final hour.
ECB Centino says we are at the end of this inflationary process. Nvidia, bottom of range here.
Microsoft node look below. Big underlying tests. You have vol getting into a pivot here as well. Get these underlines bid, vol sells. Then NQES pivots here should hold. Failure on any of that. We can seek for liquidity a little bit lower. And underneath this 5300, we have VWAP, ES, and Q, this imbalance. Under 80. Pivots have not changed for hours here. Bid is coming in on ES. So again, for rotation, we just need to see that desire over the spread. NQ, or excuse me, Nvidia looked slightly below range, retesting in now. Everything else is just holding. NQ is fine off that 80. Three and a half minutes to last hour. Here is your final hour opening. Still just looking for lift for rotation or a structural break, and then a retest. Russell needs to really accept into this upper node. What's up, Grotto? Bottom of range tests. If we don't see a big lift pretty soon, I'm kind of leaning towards the bid falling out here. We're still seeing this willingness to absorb, but it's not very willing to come over and push that value up. And that's like across the board, not on anything specific. I should make a caveat. That does not mean that we're going to have a range break to the upside, but I would like to see a desire for at least an oscillation. The more we let these sellers kind of drop in and just take bids, the higher probability of them falling out, especially after this many tests.
It printed at 2. $1,400. If you're not seeing it, it's probably because value hasn't. So we've got large rotation potential, right? Back down to our previous value off of a failure to break.
Over low there, Microsoft and Nvidia.
The only way this
Not
bids,
enough to call breaks on ESNQ.
only way this bids is
The
if sellers get
VWAP
trapped
still being
here.
supportive,
It's probably chop
but
garbage
like I said,
until
I need a
NQ
lift
value
very
low,
soon.
Russell value low, to be honest, if I had to guess. It just doesn't make sense. Like, ES is just an arbitrary indice at this point. Just wait for Russell and NQ to find their lows. As soon as they do, then we get bid on ES. We've maintained the same Russell rotation all day, so it's just like expecting anything outside of the current pattern is just idiotic in my opinion. It's our ES VWAP test, see if buyers are present or again, like what I wrote on the chart is, it's like sellers either find continuation here and get aggressive on the spread, right? Or they get trapped trying to short at the low and buyers lift, and then you get moved. Yeah, I'm muted on Discord. Letting Mario talk. My plan's been on the chart for like 2.5 hours, so either like you're listening or you're not. You like it, Free? Yeah, it became a huge part of my strategy once I started to, like, I don't know. And the only reason that any of our indicators exist is because it's something that I've used to trade, right? So like I'll forward test it, I'll back test it, I'll come up with an idea, and then like if I don't actively use it, then we don't create it. But I've found this to be incredibly helpful, especially for teaching people just volume profiles in general. All of a sudden it creates like 9 different mechanical plays for you for a playbook. What a boring close, to be honest.
Still seeing this kind of sell pressure in underlines. Microsoft full retrace back to daily value now. Getting that peak ES. This is value high, top of imbalance and Q. Another Russell look down into its bottom node, kind of this double distribution imbalance.
Here's your previous value low. I think we probably look into our mean reversion here. There you go. Let's watch as we start to see if buyers lift here on RTY and Q. If they fail, then right, down. This is where I start to get interested. I'm out 1 here on NQ, looking for 74 as next target. You can see now, like, the periods being this low for make a lot of sense. It's like there was nothing here, so we can revert back down. Go. Come right back down to our period value lows. I have 1 log left here, Robert. We need to see a pushback over and the Russell to bid here, though, for longs to make more sense. If you're not in a position yet, just wait for the Russell to find a low. Just like I have here. There's a pretty high probability that we go for 240s here on a failure to hold 55s. If that happens, then that's where we look next.
This 2093 is last week's value high on Russell. As long as you have some structure from the FOMC push here. I'm watching these underlying VWAPs, Microsoft, Nvidia.
You out of my head, your eyes, your face surrounding me. You're always in my dreams. I'm begging you, please. What are you doing to me? What are you doing to me?
Watch RTY as we reoffer value. Good risk off until we see a recovery. As we push into it, either we maintain the range, right, or we now reject. Here's our test now.
get you out of my head. It's you, I know you'll always be.
According to sources, Russian Urals oil loading from Baltic ports seen at 1.4 million tons for April 1st to the 6th, unchanged from the March 1st to the 6th.
Oh, what are you doing to me? Your love's like poison, poison. Poison, poison to me. Poison, poison. Oh.
Yeah, there is a list where he's just like vaping and talking at the same time on XL. I think he's vaping.
Never light.
Yeah, maybe.
There's your clean NVIDIA VWAP. Bottom of structure. NQ coming into value high off of its VWAP test. And POC here, ES. 3 minutes, final half hour. If you see this bid move up on ES above POC, there is potential to get back into this upper node now. Especially with NQ testing back above as well.
Yeah, just see if Russell can get back into the previous balance. Literally it. We recover value low or not. Off our previous session. Previous period. You have first MOC coming in now. Like a minute. No, actually, literally now. I don't know if he's gonna say it, but...
If we don't see like a very strong ES bid here, I'd expect value lows to trade again. Very similar to when we were looking above value high.
This is your reversion PT, ES and Q. Need to see a sustained lift though, where I don't expect too much more. Yeah, I think that's fine.
Now the sunrise to find
get the last point into the CSV WAP.
He's, maybe. There's potential if the Russell can recover value low from previous session, previous period. Keep saying session. I will not be participating regardless. I got my move.
Oh, very nice.
It's got that alert. Thanks, Horatio. Nice job, man.
Any ES longs, I would really be buttoning them up here into 5300. "15 minutes on the day." That is your full oscillation.
Later, Kevin. MOC close, 40 seconds.
Market on close imbalance 5.3 billion to the buy side.
Huge.
Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Bostic. He's participating in a moderated conversation about household finance at the 2024 Household Finance Conference in Atlanta. There is no text expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Yes. Tired.
I feel like it's just these weather shifts. I've been feeling so drained too. Like, I feel good when it gets warm, and then I'm just like complete head empty when it gets cold again. We didn't even get the first.
You got that winter every other day. Huge.
I do not, Kev, remember like warmer and drier winter ever.
It rained in America. Nice.
Welcome to America. Six minutes left on the day. And a big lift happening here, actually.
Shortly expecting comments from Fed's Bostic, who's speaking in a moderated conversation about household finance at the 2024 Household Finance Conference in Atlanta. There is no text expected, but there will be a Q&A.
Who's the opener for SZA? She's so good live. I'm glad you're liking it, Bree. Are you just marking them yourself, or do you have the indicator plan?
Three minutes left.
How is that even a question, bro?
I just
wrong with
looked
you?
back in chat, and I'm gonna ignore that I looked at chat.
Go see James Blake for sure. Go see Fortet for sure. Go see SZA for sure. Sucks that Phoenix. SZA are this. Oh no, they're not. Those are definitely worth going. Nothing but Thieves. James Blake definitely worth going. That period. I don't know anyone other than Omar Apollo for that next one. But Fortet will be sick. I don't know. Other than like on the first day. King Gizzard would have been sick to see though. What if there was an indicator where around 2 p.m. shape
Surely
we're in,
expecting.
that's rule shape? That's kind of the idea. We're very limited by what TradingView can do, but that is something that in Kings of Leon. I haven't listened to Kings of Leon in years, man.
Shortly expecting comments from Feds Bostic.
Think of like a Kings song.
Well, that was it. I got distracted.
So you,
Nvidia shares extend record streak of weekly gains to 11.
so you don't chart on TradingView? The only charting I do is what you see on stream. Everything else is just dumb trading.
What a balanced Friday. Actually, good rotations. It was just kind of slow on some of like the breakdowns. I feel like, oh, just that midday one. How do people do today? Well, you just had to like play through the middle LVN, but it was definitely slow and on like anticipation. The under like Microsoft today led every move basically in the afternoon. I feel like it seemed like most people had a really good morning. Very good cinch. That makes me happy for you.
Dow Industrials and the S&P 500 register biggest weekly percentage gain since mid-December.
You've always had like the opposite problem of most people. So I'm glad that you're starting to like get in stuff.
It's trading back down to our Russell target off the failure there. Just watch what happens into the low.
Next week, short week, right? Yes, we have Friday off next week. Alright, any final things from you guys? I gotta go get a beef stroganoff going. You haven't heard Kevin. That should be a once a month. You just need a slow cooker, man. You'll be fine. If you got a hot plate, you could definitely swing a slow cooker. Alright, guys, any final things?
I cannot trade NQ based on RTY. Why? This is the range that I gave you for RTY today. What made it untradeable? Russell called the rotation on literally every leg. Yes, it doesn't. You guys are missing the point and still overthinking this. Tech cannot push the market by itself right now with a mixed bag. You play when the Russell and NQ are moving together. If Russell has weakness, you are not going to get great expansion on a Q unless you have the entire sector rotating with it. You have a mixed bag with tech. So, like, do you need to play every rotation, or can you just wait for the Russell to come into a low or come into a high and position accordingly? Like, my average trade time today is 20 minutes. My longest trade is like an hour and 30 minutes. It's literally just playing and taking risk off into Russell highs, putting risk on into Russell lows. NVIDIA called the market the 90% of the day today with the Russell. As soon as we saw a loss of semis, any sort of slowdown, it's like, okay, well, if tech can't carry and the Russell also doesn't have momentum anymore, like, what are you expecting? Like, the amount of people that were looking for long continuation up at the highs when the Russell hasn't showed any interest to trade above is just like idiotic to me. As soon as we break balance, then we can look for continuation down, and then this becomes our pivot. Yeah, no, of course. I'm not like trying to like hammer on you, but like if you're not seeing how you can trade with it, right, you might be looking at too small of a time frame in the overall movements. Remember, think of it as a three-way tug of war, right? Where we have small and mid caps in the Russell. We have NQ mostly tech heavy. So if we have our small and mid caps tugging in one direction and tech tugging in another direction, then all of a sudden we're going to get choppy, slow grind. If we wait for our small mid caps and tech names, our large caps, to all be trading together, then we have full market force behind us and we're going to get much cleaner rotations. So if you only trade when there's clear confluence across all of our indices, then you're going to have much cleaner trades. You're going to avoid a lot of messy setups. If you don't have that momentum on the Russell, then you're relying solely on tech to carry. And as soon as tech weakens and the Russell's already in a bad state, then you're going to get elevator down, right? So if you were trading NQ for smaller rotations, you can look at whatever tech names are leading on the day, find those pivots, but like you can still rely on the Russell to find those lows of like when the overall market's coming into a low, as well as those tech names are like the individual tech names that are carrying NQ on the day. As soon as you find those pivots and there's a confluence between the two, all of a sudden you have an incredible trading opportunity that's going to result in an immediate move. If you're trading a mixed market, you're going to have some really bad trades. Sometimes it'll work, sometimes it won't, but your overall trade profitability and your win rate is going to go down tremendously because you're going to have mixed signals, right? So if you just wait, like it helps a ton. Like I traded 90% NQ today and just relied on Russell and NVIDIA. Right? And then you just trade value to value. Either we accept back in or we expand without outside. And until we see a shift out of that, don't expect more. Because the market hasn't shown you that it wants more. Like ES today literally traded up to our 30-second opening range high and rejected. Now 3 times. We tried to find acceptance end of day, it failed. We then pushed below, it then failed. Right? We came back down, and then we just closed MOC at our 30-second opening range high, rejected, and then came right back down to where we bought initially on the day. Like nothing happened today. It's a day trading market. If we don't expect expansion, all of a sudden we have a great opportunity to then trade ranges. Unless we see something that shows us that expansion is likely, don't look for it. That's at least how I look at it. It's made my training so much cleaner. I stopped looking for things where what I wanted to happen or where I wanted price to push to or towards, and just traded where participants are currently finding value. That's like, okay, like there's no hopium anymore. You know? I'd go back and do like yesterday and today were great days for RTY rotations. Good days to review for NQs. Watch to see when those come into local lows, how much more force NQ is able to, not force, how much less friction NQ sellers have on the market, right? Because then you have ES pushing with it. It's the same thing for ES. Like, it's if you have two sides tugging in one direction, they're going to have more force than if it's a three-way tie, right? Waiting for those areas of confluence are just like your best friend for trading. And some days, you know, you're not going to get it, right? But like, you don't have to trade those days if we don't have confluence. If there's divergence across the market, it might not be a great day to trade. On those days, you just stick to finding your structural pivots and trading around those and ignoring everything else. All right, you guys have a good one. I'm going to go take a nap. I will see you all Monday. Again, if you have questions, concerns, you want trade review, just DM me. It's really that simple. I'm more than happy to talk with you guys about anything. Just you gotta message me. I'm not gonna message you. Get your money's worth. Have a good night. Again, see you Monday, 9:30 a.m.